Us, and welcome back. You're hopping right back into FireRed, where we last left off last time. Hello? There we go. Oh, well, what an interesting start we have to the stream. It looks like VBA is, my legitimate Game Boy Advance SP Red Edition is having a crash. Let's boot that back up. Warmest welcomes to Storm and Mal. Glad to see both of y'all here. Here we go. Where we last left off, we'd been running through the Safari Zone, trying to grab ourselves a few new Pokemon here and there. I believe we didn't get the Scyther we've been looking for, but we did manage to get our hands on a Kangaskhan. I spare nothing, said the Venutorb. Oh, game audio isn't playing. I was set up early as well. Seems like audio might be a little bit low. There we go. So, where we last left off, we had just finished defeating Koga here. We were quite a bit underleveled, but we did manage to get through it remarkably well. Got the teeth back to the Warden, so we have our strength HM. Oh, interesting. I didn't know the dialogue would overlap like that. Yeah, we'd been doing a lot of Safari Zone business, and now we have our hands on... I believe you have it, Sidewinder. Yep. Lucky Egg was a cool item that we got. Oh, I think Marissa has it. There we go. EXP share is what we just got our hands on. So we're training a few of our Mons, getting some levels up, spreading them around, making sure we got some much stronger members on our team. Have you heard the legend of the winged mirages? And that's what I was talking about last stream, was this was the one trainer I didn't fight until like 200 hours into the post-game. I just never ran across him. You'll also notice he only got alerted once we were one tile away from him, so that might be a big part of it. Got a little bit of training here to do, but as we had a vote on the Discord server... Hey! I hope we get that back. I don't think we have any issue like that in this generation. I know you can thief items from enemy trainers, but I don't think they get rid of the items that you're holding on to. But yeah, we will be grinding out Safari Zone this evening, no matter how long it ends up taking. We're a little bit faster, so we'll take advantage of that. And then we're probably swapping out next turn. Oh, it's just the one. Well, the Winged Mirages are the legendary bird Pokemon. There are 3 of them, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. So, very important bit of advanced lore that we got there. We also won't have a flyer with this current team for a while. Let's go ahead and get ourselves back to the Pokemon Center. Well, I don't think we're gonna need that. We've got some healing items while we're out here, right? Ah, okay, so we did burn through all of our super potions. Good. I wanted to make sure we did find a use for each of those before we ended up wandering around too much. So we've got Kangaskhan now who can end up handling a lot of the HM work, but with the team that we have, I think we might want to bring Snorlax back around. Chonko has been kicking a lot of butts. Yeah, just about anything that Kangaskhan can do, Snorlax can do, as long as it's not like a difference in speed. And Snorlax is a significantly more powerful Pokemon. I think we had you around... Okay, yeah, we were actually carrying them around for the HMU, so... Yeah. Chonko can rest, but I think we will bring her around for more battles in the future. once we figure out a bit of a better way we can spread around our HMs. I think after this point, we're not going to need cut that much. Though having it known by one Pokemon ought to help. Yeah, no one on our current team is really up for doing that. I'm liking a lot of the members that we have. I do think we want to keep Porygon, just out of being one of my absolute favorites of all time. I like the idea of sticking with Dragonite to have a good, strong flyer on our team. Plus, I mean, Big Dragon. Let's do this while we remember we have Kangaskhan. If only Technician was a Gen 3 ability, that would have been so much easier to use Cut with. Rain Dance is cool. We've got double battles lined up. I was wondering why Kangaskhan was so low leveled comparatively, but I don't think we're going to be using Kangaskhan very much. Execute being the newest member of our team, we want them to level up quite a bit. And I see a double battle right here. My sister gets scary when we lose. Well, prepare for that scary face. Crushkin. I don't remember that name combination. Here's what I'm looking for. A nice, relatively even battle. So Hitmonchan has surprisingly high special defense. We want to target Hitmonlee first. And that's the big reason why. And they're both faster than Dratini, that's a surprise. Mach Punch ain't nothing to worry about. I thought Surf would do more damage, but I guess they both have really good special defense. There we go. I think that was kind of the kicker along their evolution line. Hitmonlee and Chan both had pretty good special defense, but Hitmonlee had significantly better speed and a much better move pool to abuse. Do we have any well, protein we might want to give to Marissa? See if we're carrying any revives with us. I thought we would have found one way earlier. We are wanting Sidewinder to get quite a few level ups in. We never got the gendered text in a future game, did we? If you've noticed, every female NPC speaks to you with red letters, and every male speaks to you with blue letters. I feel like this was the only game that did that. It's the only game I remember it happening in. Surprising that there's quite a few gimmicks that only showed up in this game and never were brought around for a lot of the others. Like that previously on your adventure that we get every single time. Alright, trying this again, we still have a few more trainers over here. You look gentle, so I think I can beat you. I'll give it a go. I looked it up, and Dratini is going to evolve into Dragonair at level 35, and then again at 50, so we will get to use Dragonair for quite a while. Try to see what we can do with abusing the better base stats and rest shed skin shenanigans. Is that KO? Wow, even with the resist. Okay, maybe we're having Sidewinder punch a little bit above her weight. In the post-game, we'll get access to Porygon 2, which is a really, really powerful option. No, wrong! Oh, it's only level 30? I thought it was 35. Well then, Dragonair behold. Even if she's KO'd. I think it's funny that canonically Dragonair flies despite not having wings. I forget where you're listed. I think it's Mountain. I do kind of like the structure of the Pokédex that they had here as well. Really, it's not Mountain. So wasn't it Water's Edge, since we end up finding Dratini and Dragonair by fishing? They buffed Sidewinder. It is said to live in seas and lakes. Even though it has no wings, it has been seen flying occasionally. And there's a few other entries that suggest it's the little orb that it has under the neck. Are we at the point where we can buy revives? I think we might want to stock on a few of those. Yeah, we've got some decent cash again. So our cut user can end up being Scyther. Fly on Dragonite. We don't care about Flash because I think we only need that for Rock Tunnel. Rock Smash goes on anyone, to be honest. It might end up just being a random kind of throwaway fourth move on Marissa. Kangaskhan will be the cut user in our party for now until we get a Scyther. Look at her. Quite a moveset and quite higher stats too. I believe we have the opportunity to surf now, because we did defeat Koga. And we got the Surf HM from the Safari Zone here. So, questing for Scyther we shall go. This might end up taking a while, so we could end up being in Safari Zone all stream. Though that's the intention. And I think we had a unanimous vote in favor of hanging out in the Safari Zone. Actually, we found Scyther everywhere, didn't we? I thought it was normally these patches of grass. Well, we'll run around in circles until we get a good idea. Need to put one of those safari hats on? Do I have that in here? You know what, this is important enough, I think I am going to need to go grab an image for that. Oh, there's a lot of cute other hat icons. Okay. This isn't the hat I had in mind, but I do have this one in my inventory. Let me know if y'all think this would be appropriate for keeping the sun off of moi. Is this sufficiently safari enough? I've had this around for a while. I think, well, I'll come back from break with a different hat. I'd like to get to safaring rather than fumble around for a little bit of proper headwear. As long as the sun keeps off my neck. When did we bring out the Yeehaw hat? It's been a while. Every break is a different hat. I think once I find my proper safari hat, I'm gonna keep with it. We're gonna go wrangle some Pokemons. I bought 15 escape ropes just for this mission. Thank you for the lurk, Storm. We are going to be here a while looking for a Scyther. And hopefully not one that ends up being like a modest nature. That would be abhorrent. We end up getting to turn them into a Scizor in the late game after we beat the Elite Four the first time. And Scizor ends up being really, really powerful. Though we are lacking for good Steel-type options here, so it might end up being just like Metal Claw a lot of the time. Which wouldn't even be that bad. But we don't have Technician yet. Okay, I want Scyther because I like Scyther. But maybe we do end up running around with Kangaskhan instead. We also want that Dex completion. Including Chansey, who should still be around here, and Tauros, I believe, we don't have our hands on yet. And welcome, by the way, Levy, if I didn't formally say that. There will be a lot of Rhyhorn. I think we can turn this into a rhythm game. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. We want to go as quickly as possible without just tapping the same direction twice as it registers by the game. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay, so it's faster than I can even say it. We're probably going to keep Execute/Executor just through the Elite Four. Sleep Powder is going to be very good for catching wild Pokemon for one. Oh, that's another big thing we'd want Scyther for. Scyther learns False Swipe. Swords Dance is really good too. Even in spite of the smaller move pool and a lot less abusable things like Technician or better stab options. Scyther might still be a good option just for the game. Also, at some point we're going to be picking up Zapdos anyway, so I don't think we're gonna have to worry about good offensive mon options. While I think about it, there are a lot of normal types in Gen 1, and if we are dedicating ourselves to Porygon, I think it would be good to keep Snorlax and or Kangaskhan in reserve. Mix around our types a bit. I'm even tempted to go back and get our hands on maybe a Growlithe, but we already have good fire-type attacking options here. Can Execute learn Cut? A lot of grass types end up being able to do that. You know what's funny? Through Gen 3, Ghost was considered a physical type, and Dragon was considered a special type, even though they debuted with that rule in the first generation. And I can kind of see the logic given that the first Ghost type attack was just Lick, and that one being physical makes sense. But the one Dragon that we had was more oriented toward physical attack. And Dragon Rage being the only Generation 1 Dragon-type attack is a little weird. Set damage, so I guess it doesn't really even matter if it's a physical or special type attack. But even then, we have so many more things like Dragon Claw, which is still run off of special attack in this game. Here we go. The rule is, a few of the rarest mons that we have here have their catch rate set to the minimum, so we don't actually lose anything from throwing bait. And as much as the tables are stacked against us, even if Scyther decides to leave, it's still technically the most statistically likely option for us. So, fourth time's the charm. We've had it shake one more each time that we've thrown. Please. How dare you? He's been eaten for a while, though. Oh. I was skipping through the dialogue. Well, back to the grind. He was eating for a while there. So from the actual mechanics on how that stuff goes, the bait ends up being eaten for 1 to 6 turns. It's not infinite, but you get a few turns of the lowest possible fleeing rate. And we can't get the catch rate any lower on Tauros, Kangaskhan, Scyther, and I believe Rhyhorn, actually. I know it was the rarer mons that we had around here. Hey, look at that! And Chansey actually has a higher chance to get caught after bait is thrown. Of course, she can still decide to just up and leave. I think any of them can show up in any region, so if we have a good corner area to run around on, should still have plenty of steps left. Yeah, we haven't even used 100 of them yet. Hey, I don't think we have one of those. Slowbro is also a really good mon to have. I can't remember where else we'd be finding Slowpokes. Because everyone remembers Slowpoke, but I don't remember ever where I've caught one. Okay, maybe we can get away with a rock. Never mind. Slowpoke fled, and he must have been really quick to have fled being that slow. More like he just waddled away. Yeah, I think if we're in a spot like this, we should still be able to find any of the rare mons that we're still looking for. But here we don't run that risk of accidentally taking steps and losing time. Oh, Skronko wants to stare out the window. Skronko's been window gazing a lot today. He's not on the desk, but he is sitting on the nightstand nearby. Y'all know cats in their way. Okay, I say that, and now he approaches. So I think y'all know what time it is. Oh, he's laying down. Y'all might be able to pick him up snoring. Suppose we found ourselves a right feisty lion on this safari. A rather large cat sleeping the day away. You know what's funny? Nido King and I think Nido Queen can also learn Surf. I've thought about trying to do a playthrough of one of these games where I don't get a token water type for all the water type HMs. Tried catching Chansey 6 times, but no luck. The mechanics in the Safari Zone are a little difficult to explain. Did you try throwing bait? Apparently bait on Chansey has the opposite effect of making her easier to catch, but I'm right there with you, Anthony. We've been trying to grab... We still need to get Scyther, Tauros, and Chansey. We spent last stream looking for a Kangaskhan, which we did manage to snag. Look at her, she's a real beaut. We've got her using a lot of her HMs for the moment. But I wish you the best of luck as well, trying to catch a Chansey, Anthony. Oh, well. Speak of the devil. Okay, never mind. It is all up to chance. It's funny how much influence we have from way older JRPGs in this game. How trying to get our hands on Chansey or Scyther, any of the rare mons that we have around here, is just a whole bunch of dice rolls stacked against you. It's not fair. It's not fair. But it makes the payoff so sweet. I've been having an Emerald playthrough going concurrently as well. I don't think I visited the Hoenn Safari Zone because I don't remember, until post-game that is, if there were interesting mons for you to find. Like, you get a lot of Johto mons that show up in the Emerald Safari Zone in the post-game. But prior to that, I don't think the mons you find are quite as much special. Caught a Tauros and Kangaskhan, but on Leaf Green you caught 2 Chanseys, and one of them holding a lucky egg. Wonderful news. I didn't even know the lucky egg was an item when I was first playing this back when... yeah, when it first came out. I think I ended up getting my hands on a lucky egg in Gen 4 or 5? But it would have made things so much easier. We technically have a lucky egg on our Dragonair here. But, this is not a normal copy of FireRed. So for the sake of not having to parallel play 2 games on stream, we are playing a ROM hack of FireRed that essentially makes it a definitive edition. You might even call it a water blue, whereas it has basically everything of FireRed and Leaf Green both in here. I think Pinsir was supposed to be the Leaf Green bug type, and I think we caught one of those. Which, what a wicked design for Gen 1. Yeah, there we go. Pinsir never got an evolution, did it? I feel like that's something it really deeply deserves. Just like how I deeply deserve this Chansey. For all my hard work and time invested. Come here. You planning on keeping the Tauros or Kangaskhan for your team, or are they mostly for Pokédex completion? Man. Chansey's being unkind to us. I don't think we've even seen a Tauros yet. Well, there we go. It's supposed to be a 10% chance to flee, but we keep rolling for it. We've had quite a few of the rarer mons sit here for a few turns. But the fact that we've seen, what, 3 Chanseys in a row that both fled within 3 turns? And there's another one! Level 26, just like the rest of y'all. Okay, I swear, it's the same Chansey running around. And she just wants food. Which, Queen, don't let me stop her. But if she let herself be caught, she'd never have to worry about food again. honestly felt. Makes perfect sense. But how you doing, Issa? On Twitch this time? Is it just whatever website you open up first? Because I know I've seen you both on YouTube and Twitch quite a bit. Okay, here's the weird deal. Well, for one, it's the fact that Skronko is deciding he's gonna play on my stream deck and start hitting random buttons. Alright. Ugh. Cat likes to get in the way, so away he goes. Has it been on that screen for a long time? I just looked over. I think it was only just like that for a moment. Yeah, he likes to crawl up on the desk and then lay down, but he always reaches across the keyboard or lays up against the stream deck, and he starts hitting random buttons. Alright. Not that my desktop has anything particularly sinister on it. I cleaned it up a few weeks ago when we were doing the, Rhythm Doctor streams, since that does have some cute little desktop gimmicks to use. I need to find some way for Skronko to lay around, because he definitely wants to be laying around next to me. But I need to find some way he can do that unobstructedly. Also, we will likely be here all stream. Once we do get our hands on those last 3 mons, though, we have no reason to come back here again. It's you. Okay, I think next time, just to make sure that we have that roll every single time to catch, let's just throw balls. It really does feel like they've obnoxiously stacked the deck against us. But how you been, Issa? Have you been playing any fighting games lately? I know that we were talking a little bit about Guilty Gear Strive, and I think you said that was a game you weren't planning on hopping back on. But have you been sticking with any other fighting games, or was Guilty Gear Strive kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing back when? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we've never found a Venomoth either. I think it would ultimately be a lot quicker than just trying to train up a Venonat. Though that shouldn't take too many levels. Yeah, this is probably going to be a bit more of a pain to catch than anything else. I'm surprised Venomoth hasn't fled yet. Let's take a little gamble here. Well done. Just had to hit it with the super effective rock throw. The wings are covered with dust-like scales. Every time it flaps its wings, it looses highly toxic dust. Anything for a little bit of completion. We're probably going to need a second trip in here. We're going to be throwing... I mean, I imagine we catch only one of the rare Pokemon we're looking for by the time we run out of balls again. I don't trust you. Now you decide to stay. Also interesting that we have the precedent of wild Pokemon not trying to attack a trainer. They're definitely attracting trainers to the Safari Zone, that's for sure. But then we had the Pokemon Legends Arceus game coming out, and you're having to dodge them actually trying to attack you. There's no way the Safari Zone can be safe. How are they getting away with it? And now we're finding Venomoth again and again. Nidorans are really cute. I'd consider hugging one of them, but... toxic barbs, left and right. I wonder how good of a team you could build out of just Safari Zone Pokemon. You get a really good balance of types. Grass, normal, bug, rock, ground, poison. The ones that you get by surfing as well. You know what's funny? There seemed to be an overabundance of good, powerful grass and water types that you find in every generation. But the issue I've been having with my Emerald playthrough lately is... where are the good fire types? Hey, look at that! Any name suggestions for her? It lays several eggs a day. The eggs are apparently rich in nutrients and extremely delicious. Thank you, Isa. So we can check that one off the list. Now we're looking for Scyther and Tauros. If we get down to like 4 or 5 balls, I think we do want to just leave anyway. We want to make sure we have a full pocket for when we run across one again. But I don't see us going through 9 without catching or it fleeing at that point. So, for your fire-type options in Emerald, I mean, aside from a starter, you can get Numel and Camerupt, which, not bad, especially after they get their Mega Evolutions. It's a lot less of an issue in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, for one. Because their Mega forms that they give are pretty good. But I don't like that double water weakness on Camerupt. Especially in the region known for having so many water types. Yeah, I've really been itching for an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire playthrough as well. There's so many games I want to play, and I might have good news for y'all regarding schedule soon. I mentioned potentially a better schedule change a couple of weeks ago, and that one has slipped through the cracks. But there's another one I applied to today, which does hold promise. And if I can stream a lot more frequently for y'all, I'd like to be able to do this 5 or 6 days a week. Well, yeah, Omega Root, one or the other. I lump them together when I talk about them. I need to mod and repair my 3DS, because mine's got a few issues. But yeah, if I get a new position at work with that better schedule, then for the first time since 2022, I'm going to be able to run a lot more frequent late-night streams for y'all. And by late night, I just mean like maybe another hour or two. But it should no longer be an issue staying up for y'all. And I deeply look forward to that, because for years now, 3 years to be precise, I've been wanting to do a lot more for y'all on the streaming front, but work has been in the way, especially with the scheduling I've had to deal with. Y'all know the ordeal. The Skrunkador doth return. If he lays down on the wrong spot, I'm gonna nudge him into a slightly better one. Oftentimes lately, he has been trying to lay off to the side. I guess maybe it's harder for me to reach him, or maybe he feels less directly in the way. Or maybe he knows that way he can reach over to the stream deck and start mashing buttons on it. It seems like when I have my keyboard closer to me like I'm trying to use it, he wants to lay on that. I'm really sure he knows what he's doing, and he's explicitly trying to be as in the way as possible. Nope, not there, Skrunko. Not against the stream deck, over here. Alright, that's a little bit of a safer spot for him to lay down. So I think we'll find Chansey more frequently back here, even though we can find any of them. I think we want to move over to Scytherville. Also, it's nice how much easier the Safari Zone gets to navigate once you have the ability to surf across it. Now, it's supposed to be this patch of grass which has the most frequent Scythers. And normally, were this not a so definitive version of FireRed, this is supposed to be the only place where you find them. So let's just hope for those highest chances. Seems we've only got eggs, though. I've been having a lot of fun with the Pokemon games lately, and I'm thinking about seeing if I can queue up maybe 2 of them in a week. I don't know if it would be 2 of the same stream. What I'd want to know is whatever folks are looking for when, you know, they're in the mood for Pokemon stuff. In fact, I'm tempted, when I have a little bit more open time in the schedule, I might try to pick a game after the schedule change and just play that for most of the streams in 1 week. Something I haven't done in a long time is try to do multiple streams of the same game in the same week. Usually I try to save a specific day for specific things. All the fighting game streams don't count, because those just happen whenever. But back in 2022, I believe, I did have quite a few streams that involved, like, Tuesday and Thursday streaming the same story-oriented game. There's a lot of Pokemon games out there, so maybe that is a niche to focus on again. Because I've got the itch. The itch has returned. No, not over there, Skrunko. Yeah, the special interest neurons are firing. It's topical, but it's also something I haven't done in a while. Like, the last actual Pokemon game we played would have been 2.5 years ago? I think 2.5 years ago, my how time flies, with Pokemon Platinum in late 2023. And yeah, it kind of gave me a new perspective on the 4th generation. The Sinnoh games, I think, overall were a good experience at the time, but on a second playthrough way later, I think a lot of their flaws, in contrast with what we get from some of the other games, like the Hoenn games, FireRed, or even Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think the flaws with Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum show a little bit more, especially the original Diamond and Pearl. Maybe it wouldn't be so much of an issue with Platinum. But Platinum felt weird to play through again. Though on those games, all the stuff is loaded towards the post-game. That's where all the best stuff is. I miss the Battle Frontiers. I miss having so many different battle challenges to go through. In newer games, the only things I've been doing have been... Well, yeah, you get like the Battle My Son and Battle Tree. But it's just regular fights over and over again. A couple of different formats, which were fun, but they also took those out. We've only got single and double battles now. I liked triples. I had a lot of fun with triples. Rotation battles can stay dead, though. It's kind of funny how much more abusable Wish was in those formats. Gen 5 was great for trying to experiment like that, though. I really, really want triple battles to come back. It was also funny seeing how it would slow down my 3DS when I'd be getting to playing those in the Battle My Son. You get a few of the big legendaries on screen and you start getting like 20 FPS. I don't personally have any interest going back through, like, the original Red and Blue or the original Gold, Silver, Crystal. This does set an interesting precedent, though, for... Maybe if we start here with FireRed, we could go forward through Emerald, do a Heart Gold or Soul Silver playthrough. I wouldn't mind touching Platinum a second time, just from the ground up. Playing through every generation going forward from the soft reboot point of Ruby and Sapphire. Mechanical soft reboot. Johto kind of always feels like an expansion pack to the first game. Which I think the actual ROMs themselves were built off of the existing Red and Blue. But yeah, Ruby and Sapphire kind of served as their own smaller soft reboot, and then we got the big soft reboot with Gen 5. And Skrunko's trying to lay on the keyboard, which he is not permitted to do. Alright. High hopes. And depending on how many balls we go through here, I think it'll be time to... Alright. It's about that time. I think we can retire from this specific run here. I'd like to get a full inventory of Pokeballs before we go back in. And we can go ahead and take our first break. See y'all in just a couple minutes. And sliding back in. Ah, I forgot my hat, that's what. I had enough time on break that I was doing break things. So it's funny, I came back from break, and Skronko was no longer on my desk, but once he saw me sit down, he puts himself back into position. He really just wants to be around me, but oh no. He loves me and I love him. He is a real sweetheart. On one of these game runs, we gotta focus on getting a formal Skronko Pokemon. Whatever ends up being the best cat that we can get our hands on. It is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers. Early on. Here's hoping. Watching carefully, so anytime we go back to watching carefully, we want to throw a bait. And mash A and B, because I have no idea what actual technique could be useful. Did y'all ever have that? Kids telling you the secret to a better cat's chance by mashing a certain combination of buttons? Cheat codes in Pokemon, of all things. Skronko is now trying to find another position to lay down, but he's having trouble getting space. Because he in particular is a cat who takes up a lot of space. What are you doing? Also, this Scyther looks promising. He's hungry. He keeps devouring that bait immediately. Darn! Darn, 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 darn. I've got to keep an eye on Skronko, because he keeps curling up against the keyboard again. He can rest against it, but it's happened 3 times already where I'll be playing this, and you know, I don't have to reach across the keyboard. I'm playing all these with a controller. But he'll be laying on my desk, because he does have the space to do so, and, you know, I'll let him. But then he'll stretch and reach over and hit one of the quick load buttons, and it'll load a different save state that I had. And this has already happened 3 times. It hasn't happened yet on stream, but it has happened with the other ROM hacks I've been playing lately. Which, how are y'all feeling about ROM hacks in general? I know I have a couple of friends who are really happy going through just lots of different ROM hacks because the Pokemon formula works so well for them. I wouldn't mind doing that as kind of a niche. And that would be another way that I could be doing more Touhou-related things, because I do want to stream Touhou all the time. And Touhoumon is something I do have queued up. I think the actual next playthrough we'll do, once we're done with this, will be returning to Touhoumon Purple, which we started early 2023. What's with the hat? We're on safari, mate. Gotta keep the sun off our necks and out of our eyes. But I hope you're doing alright this evening, Kahila. I imagine uwe means a bit less than okay. You alright? Anything on your mind you want to talk about? Hey, no worries. Look, you can review the last 5 seconds of what we've had on stream, and that has basically been the entire thing so far. As the vote said in the chat, y'all wanted to see Safari Zone grind, so we got our time to turn around back and forth and just continue our conversation. We've had a couple of conversations, and the only other thing of note is Dratini leveled up, and now Sidewinder here is a Dragonair. And aside from that, we caught a Chansey, a Psyduck, and I think a Slowpoke. So yeah, not much has happened. Yeah, we've got our Psyduck. Where do we get Poliwag? Okay, basically everywhere. And allegedly in the Safari Zone. I think that might be a fishing thing. Oh, we did not get the Slowpoke. That's right. We threw a rock because we wanted to catch it a little bit quicker, and it fled. I think regarding the eggs, we want to level them up a little bit so they learn Sleep Powder. This was back when the Stone Evolution Mons basically didn't learn any new moves after they evolved. So you had a reason to hold on to them with a first evolution. And I think we need a little bit more time for Execute to learn Sleep Powder. Let me check that. Or maybe I can't because there's a cat in my way on my desk. Ruby Sapphire Pokédex. Executes. Or more accurately, Executor. Barrage, Hypnosis, Confusion, Stomp, and Egg Bomb. Don't lay on the keyboard, Scrunko. Whereas we get Sleep Powder at level 37 on Execute. After that we have Solar Beam, which we're not really too concerned with. Oh, we get Leech Seed at 13 as well. What's the niche that we get out of Stomp Executor? Also, it's heating up in here. I'm gonna go turn on the fan real quick. There we go, should be a lot better in here. Just for bullying Chansey? That's funny. Okay, Sleep Powder I understand the importance of, but is Poison Powder just to dance around Sleep Claws and otherwise to get through things like Chansey or Snorlax? I know Executor is one of the absolute best mons you get in Gen 1. Oh, Stun Spore. Wait. Okay, it's listed on the move list, but it wasn't registering in my brain because of the fact that it's not called Stun Powder. Yeah, I always think of Poison Powder and Sleep Powder. Pretty interesting that so many grass moves learn all of those. Or so many grass Pokemon learn those in Gen 1. Like, you just get to pick your choice which status you want. I think it's cool that grass ends up being coded as a slow-paced, life-restoring, status-inflicting, kind of tanky type. I do think that every type needs to have mons of basically every performance. It's been so long since I've played Tohomon, or, yeah, regular Tohomon, that I forgot about the Burning Powder as well. And yeah, like I was talking with Issa here a moment ago, Kahila, I'm thinking we can pick up a lot of ROM hacks just in general as another channel niche thing we could do. If that is something a lot of folks just want to see way more often. Alright. Please! We've gone through like 8 Scythers so far. 9. Too many types is a really, really good one I want to do too. I think for a lot of the potentially funnier ones, I want to save those for when we've got a little bit more of that niche built up. Minor things like, oh, this is just the definitive version of FireRed, or, oh, Tohomon, which is going to be attractive to Toho fans more than Pokemon fans. I think we can do a lot of those first. Mariomon, I've heard of, I've seen like a couple of screenshots, but I haven't looked into it too much. Yeah, the too many type stuff is really, really funny. All the different type matchups. Isn't there a gamer type that's weak to grass and water? Amazing idea. Does it remove a lot of the original types? Because for what I remember, like, it still has fire, water, and grass. But from everything I've seen of that game, every other type has been replaced by a whole bunch of the new shenanigans. Oh, they're still all there. I've only seen the original fire, water, grass. Well, that's cool that they're all still there. I just know that I've seen way too many Pokemon that would have their original typing replaced by a lot of the new meme ones. Except Dragon becomes Ligma type. Not sure how I feel about that. Please! Hey Scyther, how about we become best friends? I gave you food. No, you don't know how this works. You just gotta wait a little longer, buddy. Come on, you seem like a rather jolly or adamant fellow. You don't gotta be so modest. Get in the Safari Ball. No! No! These bugs are gonna be the death of me. Your favorite meta joke was how the quirky nature does nothing. I suppose so. Reflects the current internet properly. I mean, I know myself and quite a few friends, even independent of the current overusage of the term whimsy. I still have plenty of friends which I consider being authentically whimsy. Every time I open up one of Primey's streams playing Deadlock, he has a new atrocious sound mod installed. And half of them he came up with himself. Funny how we're gonna end up with being like a stream and a half worth of this run, just being the Safari Zone. Like, we don't even need Tauros. I want Scyther just because Scyther would be a mon that, one, I like, and two, could learn Cut. Who could we teach Strength to responsibly? Yeah, because Kangaskhan already has it. Really? I didn't know that Execute and Executor could learn that. I mean, it's probably the most reasonable on Marissa. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about caves and digging for a while. Well, we can get rid of Thief. Because Thief would be going off of the special attack. This is before the much-needed physical special split. You would encourage save states? Are you talking about save states for gambling on our, Safari Zone runs? I suppose not the worst of ideas. I like to make the joke of, oh, I'm not on an emulator, but yeah, everyone knows that by now. Just to humor that idea, Kahila. Let's do it. Of course, if that ends up being the magic trick just to make this work the first time, I'll take that too. Darn. Alright. Humor your idea. I wonder if the RNG is going to change, though. Like, does it re-roll with what happens on each turn, or... Okay, so it is different. Yeah, I think we have spent enough time in the Safari Zone. Let's make this quick. And I cannot reach my keyboard for the keyboard shortcut, because there's a cat in the way. I'd try not to abuse save states in these kinds of games, but yeah, at some point I think it becomes a bit more necessary than not. That's why you see Shiny Hunters using timer and frame advance. Yeah, I did, RNG manipulation once, back in Heart Gold. And I never want to do that again. Checking for whatever the current seed is by using whatever the little pokey collar thing that you had in that game. At some point, I feel like this might not end up being quicker. Though I suppose the limit of time investment eventually trends towards being way smaller if we just have the way to keep reloading like this. Look at how ridiculous this is, though! We keep rolling and nothing's happening. Something you do like is how Gen 1 works with captures, especially for the Ford Legends. Yeah, because I know the catching algorithm is different per game. Alright, if this one doesn't work, we'll go back to just doing it the authentic way. Write it off. Capture rate is so low it requires a status effect to even be able to get one wiggle. Is false swipe a move from the first generation? Or do you really just have to chance it? Yeah, the capture rate stuff in Gen 1 is really weird. They can dodge the balls in Gen 1? I guess that's how they register having 0 shakes. That essentially would be the same thing. The original Red and Blue are indeed very interesting. Hey, young player, worst nightmare. Keeps dodging my balls. It's funny, there's some characters who just really don't have to interact with that. I know Faust can crawl under it. Baiken can just wake up parry. It potentially ends up being a 50 situation, but if you throw out the ball and then just block, then you can punish a sole bad guy for trying to ground Viper underneath it, which normally could just dodge the ball on frame 1. And I think because of the spacing, if you try to do the usual ball into 2K, you can't get that setup to work on Sol, who's immediately doing a reversal ground Viper. Because he dodges the ball that's supposed to knock him towards your 2K. Yeah, 12 with the ridiculous low profile. Yeah, Faust can just crawl underneath it. He doesn't have to interact with it whatsoever. So the way you usually have to deal with that is just with a blue ball and an actual meaty. And play the little guessing game of, are you going to actually do a meaty, or do you try to run up to get a little bit more pressure with the blue ball out there? Because if you end up knocking Faust into his blocking animation, which I think makes him collide with the ball, then you lose a lot of your potential mix-up. But Faust doesn't have a meterless reversal or any super good defense to abuse otherwise. For what I know, I don't think there's any character that completely invalidates it with 0 counterplay. Even with the case of Baiken, I think you can time your ball and accelerate it to where it whiffs on her parry. And then, while she's trying to hold it and wait for an attack, you can end up doing a low. I think not every setup works for that, though. I do like the huge amount of layered mix-up potential you get off of that, though. Really cool stuff. At this point, I do want to say, once we get Scyther, let's just move on. We've got a whole lot of training to do. And we don't even need Scyther. We can have Kangaskhan do all the cutting. And maybe we can come back in the post-game for Tauros. I like FireRed a lot. Do you have kind of an opinion, Kahila, on if you'd rather see a playthrough of Emerald, and then maybe we could trade between them towards the end, just for a lot of the post-game shenanigans. Kind of consolidate them into a single game, or maybe we move on from FireRed specifically. Because I'm definitely playing... Can't we buy Scyther? Do we have the money for that? It would be cheaper. But yeah, I suppose we technically could. Oh, hey! An item we never ran over here to grab. Alright. I'll throw up a poll, because there definitely will be Tohom on purple. Just because that is a stream I wanted to do from the beginning, but we never got to formally finish. Colosseum would be iconic, and I never beat that game originally. It is a game I owned, but once I got to the point where you encountered the guy who had Entei, I stopped playing just because I knew that was going to be a difficult enough fight to try to catch. And I didn't want to go through with playing that at that time, because I think that was getting close to when Gen 4 was coming out. I didn't start my whole Gen 3 romp until FireRed happened. I only got my Game Boy Advance right on the cusp of it coming out, and not earlier when just regular Ruby and Sapphire were happening. Yes, but can I trade with Colosseum here, though? High hopes. Low hopes. You raise a very good point, though. I think I am gonna have to just swallow my pride and instead buy Scyther. Also, I'm seeing there was apparently a hug redeem from you a while ago, Storm, which I did not formally respond to. So here's your hug, Storm. Thank you so much for being around this eve. Colosseum is something I'm absolutely stoked to go through at some point, though. I like how it gave a much grittier feel on the world. I mean, that's one of the reasons I like Black and White as well. I like it when something that's normally just so cute and adorable of a lighthearted fantasy game can take itself seriously. And I don't mean edgy, but I mean a little bit more serious with itself. Black and White 1 still has kind of a childish story at the end when you think about it. But it is taking a serious look at itself as it does. You've got some magical antagonist who can just talk to Pokemon and is absolutely better than you at everything. But he ends up being exploited by a particularly evil organization that tries to pose as someone being a force for good. And you know, that goes a lot more complex of a story than just, oh, we've got prime bosses and oh, we've got eco-terrorists trying to make more water. To be fair, and may or may not be Azora. You are entirely right there. I've never specifically heard of that theory, but it makes perfect sense right when I hear it. That's the biggest part I like about it, Kahila, is that you have someone who's clearly against you, and... come on, Taurus. Okay. You have someone who's clearly against you, but isn't necessarily a bad guy. I like antagonists that have a reasonable reason to be antagonistic. Happened a little bit ago, but did you notice that one Tauros turn into a different thing? What do you mean? Do you have a clip for it, Levy? I have never completed a single Fire Emblem game. Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn are games I'm absolutely excited for. Gotcha, Levy. And I really, 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 really want to do Fire Emblem as well. Shortly before I got my VTuber model commission, I even bought 3 houses to stream it for y'all. And then almost 5 years in, I've still never streamed that game. With the potential upcoming schedule change, though, that would make it a lot easier to put in significantly longer RPG runs. Yeah, I know, right, Kahila? I'm just so rich after becoming a big shot and getting all that streamer money. I've got 50k concurrent viewers every single stream, but they're all lurkers. I've only got about 5 people who pop up and chat. I am kidding, though. I love y'all. I know Tauros is super strong. And I kind of want to be able to use it for, like, abusing return and just super high damage. Every time I've run across one in, like, a battle facility, it's done so much to wreck my entire team. Almost feels fruitless trying to stick in here for this long. Let's see if we can get a Tauros. Kahila, yapping is the purpose of streaming. Do y'all have any idea how much dead air I'd potentially have if I wasn't yapping? Okay, real talk, because I know there's a lot of y'all listening in the chat. A lot of my viewers are lurkers, which is entirely welcome, because I know the whole bit with me. It seems my niche is like, oh yeah, I'm pleasant to listen to, I have interesting things to say or teach or yap about. Even if it's not necessarily inviting too much conversation, I'm still pleasant to be around and pleasant to listen to. But if most of my viewers are lurking, then I don't have much of a way to interact with chat, so I entirely invite y'all to yap about whatever, especially while we have this wandering through the Safari Zone over and over again. You feel like your role is better as chat than as the entertainer? It can depend. I would say on the streaming front, if you want to stream, give it a try. Even if it's something simple like just doing it with a few friends in Discord to practice. The first 2 weeks or so that I was streaming, I was really uncomfortable with it. If y'all ever go back to my VODs from my first few streams, which I do think I'm gonna unlist at some point, I was significantly less confident just yapping about whatever. I felt I was visibly and audibly much more insecure. Since we were talking about Toho and you were a yapper, you do find it extremely funny how Acacia and Sonic have the exact same moral compass. I get the vibe that you're going for, but do you have a more specific definition? So there might be a weird situation going on, Levy. How is the stream quality, by the way? Because I've got a really, really high... I've got a great bitrate on my end, and it looks like the frame rate's good for y'all. But after a little bit of diagnosis recently, our... Was it Friday stream? I think it was Friday or Saturday. We ended up having some really, really big frame rate issues, so I messed with some settings after some advice from friends. And it looks like the solution for me was... I have something set into OBS to where if I start having a bad bit rate, it will send a lower quality video to help the rest of the stream catch up. Wild free spirits who hate authoritarianism above all else. Incredibly base, and that's why I love them. Originally, I wasn't so fond of Hikacia just for her being a freaky t-shirt weirdo. But after understanding the light of Yuri and the power of Junheka, she has shot from one of the least liked Tohos on my list from 10 years ago to one of my most liked. And I think a big part of that is that Hikacia, for the time, had a very rebellious design against a lot of existing Toho conventions. Doesn't mind playing the villain if it means having their way. Also based. I can say I'm of a pretty similar mindset as well. Yeah, the actual... not just Japanese and Chinese mythology in Toho. I know y'all have been able to figure it out at this point, but Junheka is absolutely my OTP. I mean, it's cool seeing mythology, like, fiction that depicts its own spin on existing mythologies. Take inspiration from mythologies not from its author's original culture. From playing a lot of Pokemon, and, you know, funny enough, more so from Digimon than Pokemon. Just because a lot of Digimon are named just whatever they are, Mon. There's a lot about Japanese mythology I've learned from playing Digimon that I've retroactively applied to Pokemon of, oh, that's what's referring to. Like how Play Doll is referencing a very specific type of statuette that was made during a period in Japan, but with Pokemon having generally simple designs, you'd look at that and think, oh, this might be something original if you're not familiar with what it's based off of. We literally started with Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. I mean, fair, but there's a difference between importing random creatures and then... also also the mythical creature known as the red-haired Chinese lady who falls asleep. We're not running into Tauros. It is getting dark outside, and this has literally been what our stream has been so far. On that note, I don't have anything explicitly scheduled for Wednesday or Thursday, which I'd be entirely willing to just stream this on Wednesday night with an actual, more substantive stream than Safari Zone. Yeah, I know Mei Ling's the only one who's not European, and it's kind of weird that she's... You know, I've never specifically thought about that. Why is Mei Ling there? I'm down for anything, Kahila. It's mostly a situation on how the rest of my week is going. Like, this morning, I was working the most difficult department at my store. And accordingly, I'm glad I'm doing something a lot more laid back here. Literally just walked up, asked for a job, and then fell asleep on it. Absolute queen. Love her for that. Mei Ling's another one of my favorites in general. Just because I like kung fu monk kind of characters. The fact that she has the audacity to be a more melee-oriented fighter in a world that's mostly about bullet battles. I like it. Her fighting style in Soku is also really cool. Yoshi-like dragon? That sounds pretty cool. Also, just in case I missed anything from Levy... Okay, yeah, it was just the comment on Tauros weirdness. I think that might have just been a situation of stream picking a weird time to catch up. I do like more unusual takes on Toho character designs. I do like when people actually draw Yamame as, like, a spider demon. Not just, oh, tiny little girl with spider-like characteristics, but actually being a giant monster. Maybe unusual isn't the right word, but people having their own spin on a Toho character's design, slightly different from their exact canon interpretation. It so perfectly flipped sprites and didn't skip in the animation. What timing then? I mean, I guess if I was keeping quiet at both times that it did happen, and it just happened to be that exact amount of time between the different encounters, yeah, I can see that happening. Just remember, I asked, and you all said you wanted this. I never remember the Safari Zone being this cruel as a kid, though. What's your answer with Hina? I know, Oyster Fried, one of my favorite Toho artists, draws her like an actual doll. Like a constructed wooden doll, human-sized. Ball joints and everything. It's really cute. Zoom in on your art. I gotta go looking for more of it. I am glad there is company here, because a lot of the first hour of this stream was a lot of me talking to myself. I mean, yeah, folks like Issa were popping in and chatting in a little bit for the stream. But it's a lot more enticing for me to have running dialogue with y'all than just sit here and complain about these low encounter and catch rates. I say if by the time we run out of Safari balls for this run, and yeah, that counts if we get down to like 4 or 5, we're just gonna call it on the Safari Zone for tonight and come back at a later date. Well, y'all are delightful to converse with. I can guarantee that for y'all. Why? It's supposed to be a 10% chance to flee. I only ever played Sonic Advance 3, not any of the others. Yes! Alright, what do y'all say? Do we want to try going for catching a Scyther in here, or do we just buy Scyther? Sonic Advance games, what? I was frozen in anticipation on that catch for so much. I think before I get to Fire Emblem ROM hacks, I would like to play an authentic, regular Fire Emblem game. Even just one, because I have not finished one. Leave at 10 balls is a great compromise there. And heck, you know what? I'm willing to stay up a little bit late this evening. I've got small shifts for work tomorrow and the day after, and knowing how schedules are set up, I should be able to be in my significantly more familiar, less bone-achy, back-breaky department tomorrow. The worst possible result for that, Kahila, is that there is the possibility of a fan-made ROM hack taking a lot of the mistakes that the authentic games themselves could have been making and correcting them. That's one reason I hold Touhou Puppet Dance Performance in such high regard. Yeah, it is a budget work. Yeah, it is just about the puppet stuff and doesn't have all the extra bells and whistles you have on a Pokemon game. No secret bases in that, no berry planting. It's just about the battles and the horror experience of catch new mons, go through whatever boss fights you gotta do, have the story along with it. But with such the diversity and interesting potential and design of every mon you can find in that game, I've played through it 4, I think maybe even 5 times. And it's been a great, wonderful romp, each and every one of those. How do I feel about your design with glasses versus without them? I think in terms of how the actual Kahila design is accessorized. Like, if I remember correctly, let me go double check. Yeah, you got the little swirl going on up there. I think glasses would distract from a lot of the more interesting specific designs that you have on your character. I think you need a little bit of balance on what ends up happening here and there. Like, the glasses work on mine because I generally have an otherwise fairly normal design around the face. The other bit that you can talk about is the little, currently obscured, but the little hair swoop. I don't know if you want to call that a full-blown ahoge. I know I want to call this cat a get off my desk, because I can't even access my keyboard and I can't access my keyboard and mouse from where he was standing. And he was just standing right in front of my screen. He wasn't trying to lay down. What surprises that Bokena and puppets became their own thing? I really think that just gets chalked up a lot to Touhoumon being such a successful and great idea in and of itself. Yeah, instead of deriving from Yukuri and then in more recent years I don't know what we want to call the Fumoization of the Touhou fan base. Fumos have kind of expanded to fill a niche that was formerly occupied by, tangentially, by Yukuri. Let's just Flanderize all the Touhou characters into little gremlins. Yeah, for the Xander design, I think it frames and balances out the face quite well. Like, for example, if I ever did something atrocious, like what was the button for it? There we go. Prepare for a jump scare. Because we have glassesless Xander here. And there's a lot of times, I mean, after seeing just the VTuber model again and again and again, even flipping it horizontally, it does kind of jump scare me. I think there's so much just uninteresting kind of empty space, almost negative space. Not literally negative space, but space with nothing being done with it. That the glasses are kind of a necessary part of the design. Or it could be just how I view the model at this point. Because after enough time, it does feel like looking in a mirror. Same Kahila, because on my reference sheets, I think the actual hair swirl on mine was also the opposite direction from, like, on the VTuber model. I think the direction that my own little forehead hair swoop goes the wrong way. But of course, I designed the original reference sheet based off of how my curls tend to go when I was looking in a mirror. Which means I was looking at it backwards. And the way y'all are seeing it should be a lot more correctly oriented towards how it presents in reality. When my hair gets long enough. No, my hair does not normally authentically look like the whole Xander Turing center-parted getup here. But my hair does curl, and it tends to curl towards the right. Maybe that's just after years of being right-handed and combing it forward, having a slight right-leaning bias. But whenever I let my hair get long enough, it tends to go in that direction. Like what y'all see on the model. And that's where the actual little swoop comes from, because again, without it, I end up having a lot of blank space that I feel deserves to be filled on the forehead. And I know I've seen your... Okay, I'm thinking of your current profile picture on Discord, which is a reference to that... It was a slime bunny from a children's show, right? You don't normally have the red cheeks in your little profile picture often enough, right? A lot of the other art I see of your self-portraits are not colored in, so I assume those aren't explicitly part of the regular design. It's just little hair tails, hair blobs, twin tails coming off the side. Yeah, I think your design has enough authentic, just space being occupied that glasses would distract away from that. Alright, this is gonna be the one. If not this ball, I mean this scyther. Yes! Y'all have no idea how glad I am for this to be done. We'll nickname them in a second. I do want to make sure we get everything saved and set. While we are here, though... Funny how we found the super rod before the good rod. Yeah, the flavorfully Miku. I do know the design very well. I want to see if we can grab a Goldeen. We want a Seeking as well, but I think a Goldeen's going to be a much easier catch. Like so. It's funny because your design was originally designed with sunglasses because you used to need sunglasses to go outside after the pandemic hit. From staying inside all the time? I need sunglasses a lot more myself. I work around a lot of bright white concrete reflecting that very, very hot sun. So I end up getting a lot of light shining in my eyes as well. Since we have caught Scyther, I'm not gonna hold to that exact 10-ball rule. Howdy, Marky! Delighted to see you this evening. What you see currently happening on screen is basically what the entire stream has been so far. Allegedly Poliwag's somewhere in here too, right? After a certain point, do we care about dex completion? That's a question 75% for y'all, 25% for me. Yeah, if anyone's gonna know good character design, it's gonna be Marky. Because Marky has drawn quite a few bits of fan art of Xander that have reimagined the design in very, very wonderful ways. I think that's good enough. If we really wanted Poliwag and whomever of the rest we might be missing, we'll worry about that another time. Cat, be careful. He keeps trying to lay in the exact same spot. Okay, right. Stay away from the keyboard. I will not have you loading a save state. Oh, you're talking about me reviewing Marky's design. I mean... yeah, we can... I don't know how we delete on this one. I guess I just gotta actually delete that file itself. Alright, we've got all of our rare friends. Yep. So here are the 6 mons we've caught so far. We got a timid Venomoth. Let's go. Excellent find. A rash-natured Chansey. What a stat distribution. Modest Psyduck. Great find. Sassy Tauros. That's funny. It's not good, but it is funny. And a Brave Scyther. Not the worst. It's a double-edged sword because that is minus speed plus attack. It also matters a lot less once we get to Scizor levels. Misread what was said because you were trying not to crash a spaceship. Don't worry. We'll be back in just a moment to discuss all that. And again, anytime y'all see a Mon, we can rename just about any of them. I like the team that we have here. Very blue-colored, I see. I don't know if Marissa stays. She's an incredible Mon to have. At some point, we are going to have to put Zapdos on the team, though. And I don't know who Zapdos replaces. Maybe Marissa. Maybe. But having a fighting type is really, really good. Alright, y'all. We are officially done with our current Safari quest. I think we can go ahead and queue ourselves up a bit of a longer stream than usual. I no longer need my hat here, but we have a lot of training to get done in the adjacent areas, because we haven't been through all of Cycling Road yet, and we have a lot of trainers for us to practice on and get everyone's levels up to snuff, since we have, yeah, great new team going together. We are going to get we are going to need to get Zapdos, but I'm going to wait until we have a proper team for that, because Zapdos is going to be a difficult fight, and I'll let everyone level up quite a bit first. That's especially not going to happen until Execute 1 can have Sleep Powder and 2 can evolve. Hat is a great... Oh, okay. I think I can grab another collection of hats and have more to bring out for y'all. Because on the subject of funny hats to wear, from way back when, before many of y'all had a chance to join. Y'all didn't get a chance to see it, but we did run through, well, it's self-explanatory. One hat that we've used before is this one. There we go. Have you forgotten any lands lately? This one was a delight. Talking about Toho, I wonder if there's a bunch of random Toho hats I could find. It would be really cool to just grab a few and randomly don them. That could be another redeem for y'all. Especially if there's some way I could automate that. And we could fight over potential hats. Alright. We are moving on to our next break. We will be back in just a few minutes. I have been talking up a storm this hour, and I have not been drinking nearly enough, so... Lots of hydrates here. You've also worn Shinx as a hat. Right. I think I still have Shinx. There we go. I think we had to do a little bit of proper positioning, but this one's also so cute. Was this just for... I think this was just for Mystery Dungeon. Mystery Dungeon was such a great playthrough, y'all. I want to go back to it. I don't know if I want to do anything much with the post-game. I kind of want to do that as a... Just stream it again. Leave it as something that we play through a second time after... Like... we get any bigger of an audience. As y'all know, we've kind of kept the same set of friends around for a while. There are a lot of games very near and dear to my heart that I would love to give another replay through. Because this is all about sharing my favorites with y'all. And 5 years is kind of a reasonable amount of time to go playing through a game again. Okay, I'll yap a lot more once we get back from break. Now that I'm no longer hatting, I can occupy a little bit more space here. I'll come up with more hats to grab. But let's go ahead and take our break. Every time, and I mean every time, I try to get up and away from my chair, Scrunko decides he's gonna revisit. Right when I sit back down, he's like, oh, this spot looks comfy. Got a lot of stronger mons we can go ahead and work on training here. Dig is still very useful. I think we can fight a lot of good poison types like that. But here we are, and welcome back. We still want to have a name for Scyther and Execute, because I know we're going to be using both of them for a while. So, Kahila, you mentioned specifically if I had anything to say regarding Marky's self-insert design. And I don't think that I have much to say. Marky is very just... Marky's design is intended to be a wholesome being, and... Marky, is it okay if I display some of your art on stream? Yeah, friend-shaped is a great way to put it. Scrunko, you are in 12 different positions this eve. He keeps pressing keys on the keyboard every time he moves around to lay back down. Focus energy we don't need to care about whatsoever. Wow, yeah, Scizor wasn't bad in Generation 3, but talk about a glow-up in Gen 4. Physical type Pursuit, Technician, Bullet Punch, Bug Bite. Gotta kidnap me and put me in a saw trap until I beat every Castlevania game. Y'all, if I can keep up with a better schedule coming up, then I have way... I'm not sure if I have more time, but I have a lot more reliable time that I can put more energy into streaming, and it might even come with the caveat of having significantly more regular days on and off. So I should be able to do, like, more frequent streams, and I'm gonna see how much I can push that to 5, maybe even 6 weekly. Yeah, bringing up some Marky stuff on stream. Really, how did I never hit the like button on this? This is from a while ago. I just might not have seen it on that day. I might have seen it on the Discord server, but not specifically on Blue Sky itself. Oh, look at that. We still got the other overlay. We haven't done a desktop stream in a while. So Kahila is invisible for the moment there. But yeah, just looking at specifically how they've been recontextualized for all of the different block games going around right now. I'd say it translates very well, great color balance. As someone who designs a lot of stuff for fighting game designs, I always like the idea of face, hands, and feet being being kind of homogenized in how much they stand out. Because for a game that would have a lot of punching and kicking, I like those parts being the most easily readable part of the silhouette. I always like the little green design on the jacket, that's been super cute. But I don't think I need to say anything particularly complex, because this is intended to be a friend-shaped bean, and the only way I can describe Marky is friend-shaped bean. I liked a little bit of a cat face on this one, though. That's cute. If Marky had any questions regarding, like, different design decisions, I might have more to say. But I think Marky's character design has done exactly what it is intended to do. I think that was the exact set I used on, my Mega Scizor. I had, because it wasn't just that. I also had a choice spam Scizor. I forgot what that last move was. It might have just been Pursuit. No, Cat. He laid on the turbo. He laid down on the turbo button. I'm just gonna grab Cat. You are forbidden from being on desk. But for a little bit of context, y'all, the reason why I am not streaming 5 or 6 days a week is just because I'm tired. Initially, when I was in a different situation regarding employment, I'm afraid of bikers. They look so ugly and mean. I think it was you we haven't fought. There we go. There were times in the past I was having a lot less fun and I was generally less interested in streaming. I mean, around the friends here, y'all know, depression is a pretty big reason to have less motivation to do things. But since basically 2024, I've been having an absolute blast every time I've streamed. Huh, what a pick. Really powerful one at that. I've been having so much fun, I'd love to just be able to stream more often for y'all, which, with a much more stable schedule, should be a lot more reliable. Heck yeah, Jay! I'm delighted to hear that. I unfortunately do not have a Switch 2, so I cannot be joining you. I don't know when or if I'd even be getting a Switch 2 myself. But glad to see Usagi as well. Are you planning on streaming soon, Jay? Are you just playing that on your own, or is that a big streaming thing? You'd argue Tyranitar and Salamence were 1 and 2. Yeah, physical special split, of course. I know why Tyranitar and Salamence are powerful, but I can't remember if they had anything that specifically made them way stronger. Like, what were the new things they got that leveled them up so much? Was it literally just physical special split? I mean, Salamence being able to actually Dragon Claw off of that attack stat now. Wild idea. Aw. Physical Pursuit and Physical Outrage. Checks out, checks out. But how you been, Jay? I will... For the... What's the word I'm looking for? For the general expectation of it, or the... courtesy, that's the word for it. I will give you the courtesy shout-out, Jay. But I'm pretty sure all of my friends here are already very familiar with you. I've been potentially doing a lot better, Jay, and I have some great news for you. Well, for everyone, but I don't know that you've been around to hear it lately. Everyone else has gotten a little bit of a run with it. We ride out here because of the wide open spaces. But I've been applying for different positions at my job with significantly more stable schedules, so that should enable me to be able to show up for your streams a lot more often, to be more available for collaborations. Assuming they don't try to keep me locked into my current position. So I've applied for a few of them recently, and I've been turned down for those. But one of the ones that I applied for recently opened up again, so I'm giving it another shot. So yeah, very high chance that I do end up getting a new job with better hours for folks. Then I can hang out with friends a lot more often, and that would include being able to do collabs with y'all who, you know, wake up and go to bed at normal human hours. Because me waking up at 4 AM is not healthy. And barely human. It's not guaranteed yet. I applied for it. Wait, what did Muck do that last turn? Did you just try to disable again? Muck basically skipped its turn. I didn't see what it did. So yeah, it's not guaranteed, but I have made it clear to my bosses, hey, yeah, I'm looking for a different position. I'm not leaving my current employer because they are treating me well. It's the conditions of the job that suck. A good trajectory is a great way to put it, Jay. Yeah, getting to have extreme speed again on Dragonite's also huge. You know, with all the poison types around here, Blocky just wins those. Speed tie, lost disable, speed tie, win sludge, speed tie... Oh, okay, okay. Well, thank you for paying attention, Kahila. I suppose for some of the fights coming up later, it would require a lot more attention being paid. Well, glad to see you pop by. I didn't see that you were in the middle of streaming, Jay. I know who I'm raiding into. Unless I happen to have another friend who's doing Pokemon right now. So we have Wipeout, Blown Away. I did teach you Psychic, right? Let's see just how Execute can do against some of the weaker poison types here. Yeah, because, like, Grimer we could take on. Oh, almost. You know what, for a laugh, let's get ourselves some resistance against all those poison types coming in. Back when Giga Drain was less powerful and had fewer uses. Oh, you're not live? Oh, you're just playing it regularly. Yeah, I've been in there on quite a few of those streams. You're playing Cult of the Lamb as your current on-stream game. Yeah, I've been there for a few of those. Signed up occasionally. Do you find moves to the right or moves down to be more intuitive? Elaborate on that a little bit better, because I'm a little stumped on what you're meaning. Oh, also, Skrunk is no longer on keyboard for the moment. That's to be expected in a cult, Jay. That is pretty status quo. I think Coughing has way less special defense, so this might be a one-hit KO. Yeah. Yeah, I put my main stab move on the top left, and then the second most common, so it goes top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, in terms of order for moves that I expect to use. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go! Sounds like he's excited for the Fatal Fury Street Fighter 3 crossover. It's kind of funny hearing that, Batman Let's Go sample in a lot of other situations. Top left, bottom left. Sometimes it varies, especially if I don't have an absolutely definitive way I order it. I think the way it started is... yeah, all of the Pokemon... I think just about all the Pokemon games have you order it in a just one-column list, and I just extrapolate from there, from that being the presumed default. Execute kicking some butt, wow. He can come back here with the Versus Seeker a lot more often. If there's just all these poison types to crush. Though I know of a better spot right at the beginning of Cycling Road. Who am I talking to? Oh, yeah, Is it particularly readable as a question, y'all? The stuff that's, on the chat on the right of stream. You know, that window does look a little bit small, in my opinion. Let me mess with that a little bit. Okay, it's still, like, very, very readable? Okay, it's just, on my side. So I have it here on OBS. Okay, but if you gotta zoom in on mobile, that seems a little bit less convenient. Something for me to mess with in the future. Especially since overlays are in the set of plans. Pretty small on your screen? Let's... Just because I know y'all don't need to read back, like, 20 messages. How is that comparatively? That looks a lot more readable on my end. And yeah, for while we have it like this, I think that works a lot better. Yeah, that's something for me to mess with, and once my schedule cleans up a little bit, a basic overlay to start with is one of the first things on the list that I may be doing. So you don't really need the XP share anymore, but Scyther absolutely does. Huh. There's gotta be something interesting in this patch of grass. Oh, well. There it is. I am so tempted to play Pokopia. I might just, Wait, you're grass type. We still get... Yeah, we still get Leech Seed working. For the humor of it, Kahila, do we want to name this Ditto Kahila? I remember when I was little, my sister tried to trick me into believing that she found a wild Ammonite, because she was in the Pokemon Mansion, and a Ditto transformed into the Ammonite that she had. So she showed me her Game Boy with her thumb covering up the name, but I recognized that the sprite itself was a slightly lighter shade, just because that's what you get out of post-transform Pokemon. Let's see if we can use a few Great Balls first. What would be a good Chinese bootleg version of your name? This is where we add in a few extra L's and scramble the other consonants on your name. It can freely recombine its own cellular structure to transform into other life forms. Exactly what we know Ditto for. Something like... something like that. Primey has a Switch too, and you know what? I'm gonna talk to him about that after stream. I think we could just split on... yeah, average streamer reading Kahila's name. I think we could split on the money that we invest in that. Like, I'll pay for half of Pokopia, he pays for half of Pokopia. And then that could be something I stream for y'all. I do believe the new Tomodachi, it should be compatible with Switch 1 for what I hear, right? And that would be an incredible game to stream. So thought about that I have. It's not out yet, right? I didn't miss its release. Well, I know I didn't, because I would have been hearing all about it from my friends if it did. Bird Pokemon are my one true love. I don't want to raise anything else. Oh, next week. Well then. Next week's also going to be special for a reason I shall consult on announcing. Whether how early we want to announce it is the only difference. It's not going to be the actual plans themselves changing. Who are my islanders? I kind of want to make them after friends and stream viewers. I don't know if I necessarily want to make them all Touhous. Or, not all Touhous, but I don't know if I want to make a significant number of them Touhous. Especially out of the potential weird chances of some weird combinations of them falling in love with each other. One of my friends mentioned, no, I'm not gonna put in all my OCs because I don't want my siblings to fall in love with some of my OCs and stuff like that. I mean, it might not be just Nitori. I might put in a few of my favorites. Top 5, top 10, or even do that slightly out of order. Last time I did my Touhou sort, it put Yukari up in, like, the 6th spot, and I don't think she's there. Rare ship Touhou art. If it's possible to have multiple different accounts so I can have multiple different sets, that would be remarkable. I hope it's not actually just a huge save file size kind of issue there. Sidewind are gonna be kicking butt. Lots of flying types around, lots of grass types for us to use Ice Beam and Flamethrower on. But after evolution, this gets replaced with, like, Fly and Dragon Claw and such. Yeah, it's weird that they only allow you 70. That's something I've never appreciated about a lot of not Toho. Nintendo games. I'm thinking of something different, very Japanese. That a lot of times it does feel like they should be able to give you a lot more space for memory. The only thing limiting them is the fear of what trouble their players could get into. Because for what I remember about the original Xbox, you could kind of do whatever the heck you wanted as long as you had the memory space for it. Ah, original Xbox. I don't think I've seen TJ Henry Yoshi's Orin. I gotta look into his stuff a lot more. I think it's cool that he's a content creator all of his own. Of course, everyone knows the meme that he's known for. But there's a lot of various figures on the internet that I end up coming back onto and being like, oh, hey, you're the person who also did that thing. Like figuring out Neil Cicerega has been responsible for 4 or 5 different things that have gone viral. Really, really cool. Everyone knows about Sember. I think we'll rest and swap out. Do you remember when day is dark, Sember? Oh, well, we got the shed skin immediately. Might as well take advantage of it. Right, that's why we were wanting to swap, because of the smoke screen. And we already know, with the evidence that we have here, that the AI cheats. Alright, send out the tanky one.
No, cat, you are forbidden.
Yeah, the original Miitopia had 100. Probably could have used a different move. Though I don't know that we necessarily need to save a lot of PP. Dang, stripped gears. Do we still have any antidotes? No, we did run out of them. Oh, I scrolled right past him. Aw, Blocky likes us. Look at that zoom in. Quiet Nature was such a great find as well. Wait, why are you holding a silk scarf? Yeah, I think, even if we had a normal type move on there, it wouldn't be nearly as strong as one of our better options. Yeah, no other hold items to use.
Cat, go away. You are explicitly forbidden.
Keeps getting up on the desk and raising quite a ruckus. That trainer picking Pokemon for their looks, incredible queen shit. Any items around here? Do we have the item finder yet? Yeah, we found Pidgeys. I really liked what they did with Mega Pidgeot. Gave it a lot of its own identity. Cool stuff. Becoming a special attacker. My cute Pokemon wish to make your acquaintance. I do like the idea of making a Tohodachi island where everyone is just a gay Toho character. I mean, they're already all gay, but... Pidgeot was always a special attacker, it just didn't have the stab. Really? I don't remember it having a good special attack stat. I'm looking that up. Or Pidgeot. Isn't it pronounced Pidgeots in the Pokerap? Special attack 70, attack 80 on Pidgeot. They're both kind of saddeningly low. Great speed stat, but yeah, kind of low stats all around. Good going, you totally won. Said it before, but very amusing that the two village men who got any screen time eventually became background yaoi. Very important. I think the item finder is something that we get from Professor Oak's aides even a little earlier than here. Okay, I think we've battled every trainer on... Well, no, let's keep going further back, because I don't know if we've gotten anyone... I don't know if we've gotten everyone on the docks. But yeah, this is one of the longest trainer gauntlets in this game. And I think we have everyone here. A lot of spots around here have been some of my favorite places to battle, too. Ah, this is what we were looking for. An opportunity to cut our way through. I'm searching for a moonstone. Have you found one? I mean, if you had something to trade for it, I wouldn't even mind. More poison types to use and abuse. I'm surprised Execute is so strong for how mundane of a design it is. Selling them for $9. Right, double kick was a fighting type attack. It's funny how a lot of physical attacks are interchangeably normal or fighting type. So many of these monsters deserve something better than Poison Sting as well. What were our choices of poison attacks in Gen 1 anyway? I feel like Sludge would have been there as well. Ow! But we didn't have any strong attacks for a long time. So we fought them. Oh, something we can grab. Poison, Sting, Acid, and Sludge. Pretty unremarkable set. Huh, skill swap. I don't think anyone we have has anything interesting to do with that. Did you check the rest areas for the aids? This is the first one we've come across in a hot minute. We did grab the one that had the experience share. I think now what we can do for a little bit of time... Let's grab a flying Pokemon and get to a few of the different spots here and there. We shall grab the Doc in all of his flying glory. Acid armor doesn't count. What I'm trying to gauge is how much offensive power we had between a lot of the different types. Because as we all know, it was skewed a lot more towards, you know, like, normal having a lot of moves like Body Slam with really, really good power. Yeah, even if it doesn't matter. Okay, fair enough. $59 on the dex. And we just got the... We just got the experience share at Fuchsia here. I think we didn't get the one from Pewter City back with the 20 that was required. quite a while back. It's so nice being able to fly, though, finally. Right, what did we need for the Mr. Mime trade? Abra, right. With how Gen 1 was designed with the TMs as RPG equipment, it is wild. Right, so we got Flash from you. I like the audio track. It's a shame it's only used for these first two routes. Kinda wish we had a little bit of a cycle of a few of them spread out here and there. Wait, we don't have a... Yeah, we don't have a little, route exit here. Rest area, that was the word for it. No, we don't have one here either. Think before we fly again. Yeah, I think we just gotta check all the ones around Celadon here. Saffron. Mixed it up with Celadon. Celadon's on the left, and then Saffron's right here. Oh, right! We get to go through Silphco now. No, all of these are one story. Where else do we have to go? What other places do have aids? Got Flash, got the Everstone. Route 11. Yeah, Cycling Road would have been the next one. Oh, the next two are on either side of Celadon. What resists normal? Yeah, rock and just rock in the first generation, right? Oh. I see why we haven't gone to the other side of Cycling Road yet. Well. What is our best way to handle this? I was almost gonna grab Pori... Well, then again, if there's anything we know about Generation 1... Kahila, can you tell me who the best counter for a Snorlax is in Generation 1? That isn't just another Snorlax. Yeah, the fact that Psychic and Normal are just so strong in the first generation. Counter Jinx. I think it's funny that because Blocky is kind of our stand-in Psychic type, or the closest thing we have to one, that Blocky's ended up getting a lot stronger just out of being able to fight all the poison types we have around here. A male one to contrast the female one, so let's make them kiss. Snorlax has excellent special defense, so we will not be chipping through all of that. Ah, almost. The best Gen 1 counter to Snorlax is Porygon, because Porygon is just bulky enough to be able to recover through every single body slam, while not getting paralyzed by it because the weird Gen 1 glitch where normal types can't be paralyzed by body slam. Yeah, I suppose Scyther's not going to be able to do enough. A. Reflect Chansey, B. Reflect Porygon, / Persian or substitute Aerodactyl. I mean, probably Reflect Porygon in that case if we really want to hyper-focus on that. It's any of them, and all of them. Interesting. Let's see if we can go for a lucky Ice Beam freeze here. Nice crit. Yeah, Recover had so many points in the earlier generations. Funny that it was on such a sparse distribution, too. Like, you get a lot of frail psychic types being able to use it. And then you just have Porygon being an actually bulky Pokemon that can abuse it, too. Aerodactyl is one of the funniest Pokemon out there, in my personal opinion. The ruiner of so many Battle Tower runs. Just because you get base 130 speed, potentially flinching your entire team to death with Rock Slide. To be fair, I think being a shithead is also very Aerodactyl coded. So yeah, we can see blocky tanking this really, really well. I love how Snorlax is one of those Gen 1 Pokemon that everyone knows. I mean, it's a very iconic design. But it's just such a... just a guy energy. Very large, rotund fellow. Yeah, Snorlax is very friend-shaped. Alright, thanks for falling asleep. This is our best chance here, so... Almost. If it was wake up into rest, that would have been something. Real king shit, though. Oh, I woke up from my nap. I'm gonna fall back asleep. think we're close enough to a catch we can gamble on this. We have the Pokey Flute anyway. Yeah. I suppose that is it. I wonder if Xander counts as shaped like a friend. Shaped like a professor, definitely. Snorlax just seems like such a huggable guy. No, you are potentially very right, Kahila, because I do have a lot of pointy edges and triangles. All your friends are friend-shaped by definition. I like Marky's answer more, even if it seems a bit less correct. The wrong but comfy answer. There we go. Alright, we gotta get ourselves some healing. Isn't that the guy who teaches soft-boiled? It's funny that he's just sitting out there and there's... Aren't there only 2 Pokemon that get to learn it? I want to see what we have on this Snorlax. Oh, a very naughty Snorlax. I think our other one had a really, really good nature, right? Careful. Yeah. Probably the best one we could have gotten. Alright. Because we're having such a great evening, I'm enjoying my conversations with y'all, plus the fact that we've gotten a lot of just Safari Zone time out of the way. We will not be departing for the evening right here. I'm gonna go 1 more hour, but we will take 1 more break. And we're gonna spend this last bit of time working on Cycling Road, and I don't know if we're taking on Silphco yet. We might go surfing around for a little bit more. You know, just find various things we can do. Ah, that's something we've needed for a long time. So Amulet Coin goes on whichever psychic attacker we're going to be using at the time. Let's start with... Why does it have a use option if it's not something we can use? Let's give that to Blocky. And give the experience share to... Execute. And once Execute is strong enough to fight a lot of these Coughings and Grimers, because we were getting 90% damage on the Grimers. What's the officer have to say? Cycling Road is a downhill course by the sea. It's a great ride. Yeah, as y'all can see, we've got a lot of people here to fight. Lots of experience to spread around. We still need to level up Marissa quite a bit. Sidewinder's doing great on her own. We shall depart upon our break and be right back in just a few minutes. See y'all soon. I love that occasionally you can hear Pokemon cries in the background. Y'all just heard the Doduo, right? We are also back, by the way.
What do you want?
Back for our final hour here on stream. We're not going to keep it going any bit longer than that. Traced Faux Grimer's Stench. That's an ability I keep forgetting about. And it doesn't even have a battle effect way back when, does it? Okay, but non-combat abilities like Pickup are incredible. Pickup is such a good ability, but sadly none of my teams have ever really used one. So maybe in one of our future games we specifically pick someone, I don't know, if it has to be an HM buddy, it's someone with Pickup. It does? Wait, back in Gen 3 it still had its in-game combat effect? Well, I know it's a chance to flinch, but didn't it not originally have that effect? I thought Stench was just wild Pokemon repellent originally. I'm looking this one up. Okay, but do we have an entry for earlier games? Doesn't really say that on Cerebi right here. Yeah, I do know about Zigzagoon having that glow up. I don't personally like belly drum strategies. I do like high risk, high reward, but that seems way too high risk, way too high reward. Of course, I also don't know the usual team setups that can get that going. I mean, after all, you have things like Sub-Punch Breloom, which is a pretty strong strategy. Get the right switch force out there and you can belly drum. Or against an enemy target that's asleep or something like that. Yeah, Wonder Guard not having a very good description. Super effective hits. I mean, they don't have much space to actually describe that ability. In a pinch feels like a weird description for it. I mean, that's an idiom, isn't it? Yeah, raises speed in Sunshine is very, very obvious, but then you have, like, ups bug moves in a pinch. I feel if it said at low health, it would be easier for a kid to understand, because I didn't hear about in a pinch until I was like 13. I did eventually figure out that's what it's supposed to be, is at low health. The descriptions eventually became better. Also, Blocky's about to become our strongest mom, not Mon. I suppose if you're the strongest, you're also Team Mom as well, so it could be either way. We've been sitting on one more level for Wartortle forever. You have a weak spot for Scythers. It was one of your Pokemon on your first team. It was one of my FireRed Mons that I stayed with. I can't remember the entirety of my very, very first team. I know it was Venusaur. I think I doubled up on Electrics. I had Venusaur, Raichu, Zapdos, Scyther, Kabutops. That's 5, right? I don't think I had like a fire or fighting Pokemon. Even if it's a one... Okay, that one I do have interest in. Like, the little card games was such an interesting game from every little bit that I've heard about it. Personally, I've not played it, but it does sound like a really interesting run. Charizard, Scyther, Gyarados, Zapdos, something else and an HM user? Yeah. I like Charizard as well, but I eventually just figured out I was on Team Venusaur. Yeah, I can't remember what my last one for beating the Elite Four was. I don't even think it was something like Snorlax, which would have been very obviously a contender for Strong Mon to use right about there. I mean, that would have been the same for me as a kid, as I like picking the super cool or super cute ones. Usually just on either side of those extremes. Ooh, close. But we got it. We're close enough to a Pokemon Center I'm not going to worry about healing up. I'm just going to switch, let Execute do a bit of battling, and switch back. Probably let Nitori get in a few battles. This is one of my favorite experience grinding spots for a long time. Haven't played Pokemon in quite a while, but one of the last ones you played and farmed for Shiny Gyarados on a Plague Pipe. That's cute. I didn't know you had that much experience with Pokemon before, Mal. Is there... like, do you have anything to say about a favorite game that you hold near and dear to your heart, or favorite generation, anything like that? I might have used Moltres on my first team beating the game. I like doing fire, water, grass cores if I can. And of course with the electric bias, I'm basically the poster child for, oh, just use a dragon type against me. I almost always try to get a fire, water, grass, electric, and then the last two get to be whatever. Kabutops, Scyther, Raichu, Zapdos, Venusaur. And I think the last one might have rotated around. Don't have that many Pokemon opinions, mostly just prefer designs from the older gens. Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of people have... There's a very distinct art style that seems consistent between the first four. I used a lot of Butterfree as well, but Butterfree was not someone I took through the Elite Four with. I almost want to say it could have been one of these. I know if it were me thinking about these days, it would have definitely been Arcanine, because I love Arcanine. That whole evolution line, especially the new forms that we got with Hisui. I'm trying to scroll through here quickly, seeing if there's anything that catches my eye that seems familiar in that regard. Yeah, nothing's coming to mind. I'm not going to be able to remember. And who knows where my original FireRed version is these days. Honestly concluded you mostly don't like the gameplay enough to play the new games as they come out. The idea of Pokemon is much better than... The idea is much better than the execution. Okay. Yeah, because I do admit that Monster Sanctuary and Aethermancer have a lot more... Well, potentially enticing gameplay, but I think I have a bias towards Pokemon just because I've seen enough of how much there is to competitive battling. Even for like singles and doubles and stuff like that, there's so much that goes into the mind games of it. But I do like the idea of being able to use more Mons at once. Question: have you ever played any of the Digimon story games, Mal? Bad, bad, bad. So Digimon Story Time Stranger is still very much on the list for probably the next stream I'm starting up to fit a, maybe even a second Mons slot. The next time I have room for it, that's the stream I want to fit in. It was supposed to be Silksong, then Time Stranger, but FireRed got a little jump in here because it ended up being a hot topic of the week. Yeah, lots of Pokemon spin-offs have a lot of potential. Digimon story games, even though I don't know if they've ever focused too much on challenging the player, they are also 3v3, and I remember from Digimon, I don't know if they all have the same gameplay, but Digimon Story DS and Dawn and Dusk, they also had positioning that you had to take care of. You had to put your Digimon on certain spots on a little 5-row grid. Yeah, that's another thing I like, Mal, is it's why I'm saying I wish they brought back triple battles. Because there was the stint from Black and White through... Were they in Sun and Moon? I know they were in Gen 6. Did they take them out of Gen 7? I feel like they wouldn't have, because Gen 7 is basically 6.5. You have played the modern Digimon games. The evolution charts are very, very weird. I can definitely agree with that. Yeah, Digimon has a lot of potential, but a lot of it does end up being, even with it being 3v3, not too much ends up coming from it. Okay, execute, you get to fight the trainers. The patches of grass, we might have someone else coming out. I think it's funny that we got a little 10-year-old kid fighting a whole bunch of bikers. I do like a lot of what Aethermancer... Oh, wow. Does this KO? No. Oh, we're not in trouble. Aethermancer and Monster Sanctuary have had some really, really fun mechanics to mess with. I really like how Aethermancer does battles. And literally, I would be streaming that a lot more often. It's just that I usually have a slot for, hey, play whatever, and that usually ends up being occupied by a collaboration or a fighting game. And I do know we have had a lot more updates popping up for Aethermancer. Does it have a use in the Battle Factory is my question, Kahila. Is it part of some really weird specific stall set that gets countered by ghosts, and then that's the way it beats ghosts. Ah, double team is very common. Gotcha. We don't need poison. Yeah, I really liked Monster Sanctuary. We ended up, 100%ing the map, but I don't think we got every monster, did we? I think we spent plenty enough time with it, to be perfectly honest. I wish they did more with the evolution in Monster Sanctuary. I do also like that Pokemon has a whole lot of different types. A lot of other games trying to do Mon-type things don't get nearly as wide of a type chart. And all the different potential combinations of that are cool. Big reason I like Touhou Puppet Dance Performance is that you get basically every combination under the sun, and even then still get one or two of each of those. So you could have a tanky Fire Electric, or a fast Fire Electric. There's no getting rich quick in battling kids. You mentioned it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head, Kayla. You played Cassette Beast and decided you'd like simpler type charts because you don't want to remember the completely new chart. I get that completely. On the Touhou Puppet Dance Performance, the TPDP subject. Yeah, that's an issue I keep running into as well, is I keep forgetting some nuanced type interactions, and I always have to have that type chart open. Stop and go? Yeah. The battles last for a long time. Then you're wandering around, then you get into another battle that changes everything. I still think it was ultimately one of my favorite Mons games I've played. Exactly, Kahila. I do like when outright the game itself gives you that info. Which a lot of ROM hacks these days do. TPDP never does that, though, for what I know. Let's get our main squeeze some experience. We're bikers. We rule the roads, man. Funny how we don't see any trucks driving around. And despite this being the whole Kanto region, it feels like everyone gets around on foot. Yeah, that very one specific truck. The only truck in the entire Kanto region. Somehow there's some peaked in high school energy if someone is sitting around on their bike, fighting children with the relatively low-level monsters. Yeah. I don't think these guys are even looking for kids, they just... The weird in-universe rules of, oh, you lock eyes, you gotta battle. We are going to choose to stall. Minimize spam and all that. Okay, good. I've watched every single Big Yellow. I've watched every single Big Yellow video. I don't remember every detail about a few of them, though. Quick, to the free healthcare machine. Why is Chansey banned? Because I don't remember a lot of the details. I just remember the watching the peak that is Big Yellow. 1 second. Yeah, minimize and double team are everywhere in the first gen. I forget, what's our usual expected route from here? I mean, you've got to Fuchsia. Is it Silphco? Is that kind of our next implied destination? Or can we go all the way through Cinnabar? It's a notice. Watch for discarded items. All Pokemon are unique. Even Pokemon of the same species, and level grow at different rates. Press the B button, stay in place while on a slope. Finally something useful. Have our little breaks there. Nice spike! How's it handle? Well, I don't remember how the level scaling is. So I don't know what ends up being healthier for our level curve if we go Saffron first, or just to Cinnabar. So 3 to 4 people on... Well, that's going to be slightly different for certain games. Mal, do you have any particular opinion on Baldur's Gate, for example? Or any CRPGs that kind of fit similar vibes? I've been trying to think about my best RPG experience, and I definitely would chalk that up to Divinity 2. Made by the Baldur's Gate 3 devs, before Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know, I'm just trying to think about... like, RPGs in general, and... what has scratched that itch mechanically? Like, mechanically, which RPGs have you enjoyed? Oh, whoops. Accidentally hit the B button as I was looking over. And that was just a slip of the finger. I wasn't even trying to skip dialogue. I need to stop doing that. Once someone starts evolving, then hand comes off the controller. I've got my thumb on that B button instinctively just to be able to navigate around a little bit easier. I've heard a lot about XCOM from a number of different friends, too. Also on the bucket list. The best situation is if we could just keep streaming and I could get to a lot of games on the backlog. My goodness, it could take a long time to get to so many of them. Yeah. Eventually, I think we can sit down and have the Clockwork Orange me into Castlevania. Live! Okay. It's not gonna be that bad. It's a good note, Mal. Oh, Darkest Dungeon. I always think Castlevania when I'm thinking of you. But yeah, Darkest Dungeon works as well. One of my friends at work is shilling Slay the Spire 2 to me a lot. They're all on the list, and hopefully, with a better schedule, I end up just being a lot more willing to stream more often for y'all. The biggest reason I don't is out of being tired. But I don't know how much of that... Oh, let's go! We're gonna live with 1 HP. But I don't know how much of that is also just, hey, I need a break from being on. You know, on stream. Everyone needs their time to relax, and I have always been a low-energy person. Wait, who's holding the... Are you holding the amulet coin? Ah, goofy me. Execute still needs a few more levels. I don't think we're particularly having a money issue right now. The Voltorb, Electrify... Really? He's got a different roster. Not a poison type. Yep, there's that 30% paralysis chance. Not gonna be too much of an issue. I wish Charge was functionally a different move. I know it's supposed to be, oh, double the damage of your next electric attack, but genuinely it has never been useful in a competitive setting. Tri-attack's a cool option. I think it does way less damage than... Yeah, I don't think it's better than anything else we got. Even with Stab. Yeah, but a single raise on special defense isn't much. If it raised 2 stats, I think it would be pretty good. I've always dreamt of a special type Dragon Dance. Not specifically Quiver Dance, though. Something with a bit more of a wide distribution than an incredibly overpowered 3-stat boosting move. I think we're close enough to being able to just beat whoever's at the end here. You know what? 32 is a good enough level. No, I said Dragon Dance, so something like special attack and speed. Which sounds like something Charge could, in theory, do if it was taken back to the drawing board. Yeah, I feel like Blocky's gonna survive 1 or 2 attacks. It's a notice. Don't throw the game, throw Pokeballs instead. There we go. Get lost, kid. But I'm talking about just speed, just special attack being raised. Not Quiver Dance and all of its overpowered goodness. Level 25 is a lot lower than who else we've had to fight around here. I didn't check his Pokemon. Does he end up having like 6 coughings? Five. Howdy, Bella! How are you doing this eve? Let me give you a shout out as well, because I think you're one of the few friends who pops around here who isn't already followed by every single one of my usuals. But how you been, Bella? Looking for a chance to co-stream something else soon. Maybe that's another reason why I haven't gotten to as many of these long-term games as I've wanted. I've always kept, like, 1 or 2 slots for that, but then the rest of the time has been so many collabs left and right. Everything this week is just solo, though. Yeah. First solo week we've had in a long time. We'd rather have Swords Dance than Agility. Okay, I think that should be it for Cycling Road. Are you satisfied? And then Route 18. Is there even anything happening on here? Oh, do we have... Nope, no more aids. I'm looking for the Pokemon Golduck. Want to trade one for my Lickitung? Once I have one. Yeah, we haven't been to this side yet. Let's see if we can get a little bit more experience for Nitori first. Nope, nope. I looked away because Cat's messing with stuff on my desk. No, stop. I think he's hungry, so once stream is over, it's going to be time to feed him. So time frames a lot more like this are what y'all can expect more often in the future, if I get that schedule change. Which, it's more likely than not at this point. They have been recommending me move to different departments, but I'm not going to be picking up the ones that are absolutely awful, no. I have more faith in myself. This is my turf sounds exactly like what a bird keeper would say. Few flying types, we'll level up, and we'll swap to... I think Porygon's still holding the amulet coin. There's our level up. Rain Dance. Cute, but we don't really have a slot for it. Anytime, Bella. Anytime for all my friends. Yeah, you're still holding... Yeah, you got the amulet coin. Tag in. Oh, what you been up to today, Bella? If I remember, it was usually like Pokopia on Tuesdays, but I don't remember what you do on Monday. No, it was Terraria on Tuesdays, right? Experience for everyone, but I will take that doubled cash. Alright, hands off the controller. I keep thinking I need to skip dialogue, and I usually do that with B. So that you don't end up accidentally talking to someone again. Core Keeper on Tuesdays. Marky has been talking about that one very excitedly for a long time. And I am excited to fit that one in too. Beautiful stat distribution. Hey, Mau Mau, welcome back. Yeah, it's usually various nights of the week around this time frame. Well, this is a little bit later than when I usually end, but I'm looking into changing that pretty soon. My schedule should be opening up a lot better, maybe in a few weeks. I'm trying to find a way to be a lot more discoverable where I can be around for y'all. Always check every grassy area for new Pokemon. Yeah, I wonder if this specific patch of grass, this was listed as Route 18, different from Cycling Road. But it's just this one little spot before Fuchsia. So maybe there's something that's here and only here. But welcome back, Mau Mau. Yeah, the schedule right now is Poke Monday for today. Tomorrow is Hollow Knight. And I'd like to see if I can fit in some things on Wednesday and Thursday. Maybe even just keep that schedule up a lot more regularly. Try to get ahead of the game by starting on 5 streams a week now. Hurricoo! How do you like my bird call? There's been quite a few weeks in the past where I've been able to get through like 7 streams in a week, and I have not felt worse for wear for it. Loved Rhythm Doctor suggests 7-beat games, other game, A Dance of Fire and Ice. Funny enough, we have Rhythm Doctor scheduled for this Saturday for a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be a huge stream on its own. I think one of my friends has a few things to suggest for it, so it might end up being a double split stream. I'm not usually a rhythm gamer, and I might be able to find some things to do with Dance of Fire and Ice. Depends on how much people want to see more rhythm games. It's not in my usual roster, and I've got like 2 or 3 friends maybe who are really big into them. I loved Rhythm Doctor a lot for its story. So many games on the plate. I've seen quite a few of the custom levels that my other friend Nobo has recommended me. I love a lot of the gimmicks that they keep managing to squeeze out of Rhythm Doctor. Like the actual bullet hell kind of levels, too. Alright, I don't think we're finding anything in here. Also, I wonder if that's... Is that part of the same route as the rest of Cycling Road? Have I been had? No, it is different. But there's not too much different to be found on it. Alright, we got a few minutes left. I think we fought every trainer going from here back to Pallet Town. So what are we thinking? We want to head to Cinnabar first, and then come back to Saffron? Also, we could definitely give Scyther a few TMs. Are there any bug TMs, by the way? I'm not remembering any this generation. I know, because I just came in here looking for Aerial Ace. Really? I suppose for an attack that's supposed to be about sharp edges, it makes sense that Porygon can do it. Really, no bug TMs. Made a level using the song Katamari by Femtano. I think it's extremely hard, but you don't know. The only person who playtested it was me. I get that experience in a lot of... Oh, wow. Wait, yeah, Steel Wing should be pretty good on Scizor later. I forgot about that being an option. What a very specific niche of a move. But that has been a big experience of mine with a lot of games that I've played as well. You make custom levels for something, and you end up being the only playtester. It's happened to me with countless games. I have to exercise and warm up before going out for a swim. A big part of me wanting to be a game designer is every time there's been a game with a level editor or something like that in it, I've used it as much as I could, and then usually didn't have an environment to share them. Some exceptions being Halo. I spent a lot of time with Forge and then finally got to play those levels with friends. But the actual playtime we got out of those levels was a fraction of the time it took to build them. What was really fun was making infection maps. Ones where you had to go on like a super long route to get to the end. Basically playing Left 4 Dead in Halo. Does Scyther even get any good bug moves this generation? Because we get U-Turn and Bug Bite next generation, but I don't think we have any here. The Emerald ROM hack I've been playing lately uses an updated version of a lot of Pokemon's learn lists and even the moves themselves. So that one has the Fury Cutter that starts at 40 base power, as opposed to, I think it's 10 in this generation. Much, much weaker. And a 40 BP Fury Cutter off of a Scyther with Technician still does pretty good damage. Also look, Reese made it to the stream in spirit. Player defeated Swimmer Reese. So, what kind of a route are we looking to start off on? It's gonna be a long way to get to Cinnabar. I forget. Can we just go back from Pallet Town? I want to test that out. I've never done that before. I forget if there's an actual obstacle blocking your path. I do want us to have a token flyer sometime soon. Quite a few levels on Execute. Marissa still needs quite a bit more too. I think Marissa might end up being the Mon that we swap out for Zapdos later. We've got other potential strength users here and there. Hey Mom, it's been 12 hours and I'm already almost a Pokemon Master. I will take that posture check. I will hydrate and I will turn off the fan because it is getting kind of stuffy in here. We have reached the critical mass, whereas Skronko has sat around on the desk enough times that his cat hair is blown all over the room. So here's an idea. Can we get back to Cinnabar from here? It feels like nothing's gonna stop us. Quite a few trainers to fight along the way, too. I like how after Fuchsia, the world ends up opening up so much. You have a lot of trainers with very similar levels that we end up fighting. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot of level 30, level 35 Mons that we end up encountering. Just test, let's see what we end up with here. Right now, I'm in a triathlon meet. Yeah, early 30s. Just like yours truly. Sidewinder's doing great, though I'd chalk that up to the move pool. We got a lot of things we can get a super effective hit on. I like how Squirtle starts out blue, then becomes purple, then goes blue again. We'll get to Cinnabar just so that we have it as a checkpoint that we can fly back to. But I think the next thing we want to focus on is Silphco. Because that way we can get the 6th gym as well. Yeah, we can just fly, we can just swim right here. Ah, but you know what we can do? We study Pokemon extensively every day. People often bring us rare Pokemon for examination. Photo of the lab's founder, Dr. Fuji! Wait, which one's which? Meeting room, R&D, testing room. Hiya! I am an important doctor. Yes, very much so, indeed. Here, I study rare Pokemon fossils. All the time, I study. Have you got a fossil for me? Oh, that is Helix fossil, it is. It is Fossil of Ammonite, a Pokemon that is already extinct. My resurrection machine will make that Pokemon live again. Yes. So, you hurry and give me that. Handed it over to the weird doctor? I take a little time. You go for a walk a little while. Sounds like someone who's not a native English speaker. I wonder if that's part of the translation that they made that what ends up happening, or if that's something kind of implied with a different accent or dialect in the original dialogue. I think we have to open up our party for this. Always love the music track here, too. You late. Where were you? Your fossil is back to life. It was ammonite, like I think. Praise be to Helix. Look at the little goober. Timid as well. That's actually been a common recurring bit of discussion, Bella. Yes, I very purposefully designed my VTuber model after what a Pokemon professor would look like. Presumably that's where I'd be, if not necessarily in the usual token professor position of send the kids on their merry way. I could be doing something else. I'd probably be a lot more like Polris, wandering around and doing my own research. But yes, I am very intentionally designed after what you'd expect from a Pokemon professor. Hiya! Very important doctor, much so indeed. I wish we had Kabuto. I wonder if there's a way in this ROM hack to get both of them. Everything else has enabled us to get a fully complete Pokédex. Hey, jolly Aerodactyl, look at that! We had this discussion a few streams ago, Bella. I forget... because someone found a very, very good tree example. But all of the trees that I know have already been taken by a lot of other Pokemon professors so far. That's also why I wouldn't be sure I'd be one of the ones named after a tree. If there's anything that sounds like Xander, I'd probably take that just to keep things simple. The door is locked. Forgot what we had to do otherwise. Also, I just realized we don't have any, like, regular civilian residencies around here, do we? Does everyone just live in the research center or the mansion? Do you have lots of friends? Linking up with the usual friends is fun, of course. Yeah, I don't think we're visiting the Union Room, buddy. Okay, there's our hint. I've always been saddened by how small a lot of these towns are. They should only have maybe a dozen people living in them. Hello there, do you happen to have a Raichu? Would you agree to a trade for my Electrode? Not the one I've grown up with. That Raichu stays. We love Ampere. A Venonat, we can do that. A lot of the random Safari catches I don't think we have too much of an attachment to. Alright, we're getting to the time in which we make our departure. Let's go ahead and get this trade. And I think we fly back to Saffron. Get our way through Silphco, since that should be the way that we normally do this. Also, we haven't fought the dojo yet, have we? Maybe we stop there instead. Fare thee well, Dunatdan. Take very good care, Norma. I think it's cute that we get all these in-game trades. There should be enough infrastructure, if that's the right word, that solo players should be able to complete a Pokédex as well. Ah, holding a Stardust! That's cute. Thank you so much. Why do you also learn Poison Powder? You're the one grass type that isn't also poison. Or psychic. Yeah, isn't Tangela the only mono grass that we have? Grass poison, bug grass, grass poison, grass psychic. Yeah, Tangela's the only mono grass that we get. I don't know, it strikes me as funny that we have so much homogeneous design in the first generation here. Oh, you know who could be a good flyer for us? Aerodactyl. I will take that, thank you. I think Aerodactyl gets access to a lot of other HMs too, right? Eat this disc. This regenerating disc that we have an infinite number of. Yeah, you get to learn strength. Not able to learn cut. Weird question, can you surf? Because there's a lot of weird mons out there that get to surf. I think the implication is, if they could just swim and carry someone on their back, they get to learn surf. Kangaskhan gets it, Nidoqueen gets it, Tyranitar gets it. FireRed's a great game, and I look forward to going through a lot of the post-game stuff. I don't know how much time I plan on spending with it. It is a game that I ended up spending 500 hours on initially. Just barely behind. I think I ended up getting slightly more hours on Pokemon White version. Alright, we have Lucky Egg, Amulet Coin, EXP Share. A lot of y'all need experience. We'll focus on Scyther because I sadly think that, oh no, I'd like to see... Hey, hang on. That's something we could end up stopping here with. Yeah, Rhydon also gets Surf for some reason. Kahila, off the top of your head, do you remember how we evolved Trademons in this game? Because I know it was slightly different. Already trying to find what this one's called. It's just by level. Oh, well then. We will just get to focus on Marissa then. Yeah, we'll let her level up a lot. Since by the time we get to around level 50 or so, that's gonna be when we can start taking on Zapdos. So we still got a ways to go. Alright, how about we start next stream at the dojo here. Execute gets a lot of experience to earn here. I forgot Sidebinder's been holding on to the lucky egg this entire time. We could have distributed our experience a little bit better. Yeah, we'll be right outside the entrance. Turn around. And this is where we begin our next journey. 38, so it will be a while away, but it is something still very manageable. Alright, y'all. We have stayed up a little bit later than usual this evening. I'm not allowed to keep chit-chatting it up. The intention was that I'd be out really, really soon, so let's just see real quick. Who is doing anything related right now? Oh! Spearlamon's playing Pokemon Champions. What kind of message could we give him for a raid? We'll keep it simple. Oh, I didn't even see the rainbow install, Bella. Ever since we switched to the dual stream setup, I've had to look for slightly different spots. Oh yeah, and since I messed around with the VTuber model, hold on. There we go. The top half of my hair should be properly rainbowing now. Alright, squeezing in a little bit of that time. I'm gonna consider that one just something that we start off the next stream with. Or next one you get is free. I'm probably not gonna remember it by next time. But thank you for the rainbow install, Bella. We'll keep the raid message really, really simple in on Spearlamon. Good friend, and he is the only friend doing anything Pokemon related right now. I've got to clean up my friends list. There's a lot of folks out here that it's difficult to find some people to raid into sometimes. Alright. Putting that link on the YouTube side as well. Tomorrow is going to be Hollow Knight Silksong. And Thursday is my day off, so Wednesday is a night that I get to do staying up late stuff, so I'm thinking either we do another FireRed stream on Wednesday night, or that ends up being kind of a vibe in Discord and just do whatever night. I'd like to do a lot of streams for y'all this week and then probably pass on Thursday just as a token break day. But I'd like to start accelerating into more frequent streams, especially if I'm getting that newer position, which gives me the chance to stay up late like this for y'all way more often. And heck, if things go well, I'd be even able to stay up another hour on most nights. So I'm looking forward to that. And for everyone here, thank you so much for your attendance. Class is dismissed. Give a raid in on Spearlamon, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.